All right. We're back. Oh yeah, we ended on excuse me. We ended on 69 bosses the last time we did this. Honestly, this run was going decently well. We're 6 hours in, 69 bosses. Excuse me. Hopefully the YouTube stream is working properly. Now the question is remembering. I mean, we killed. It makes it pretty simple because we killed everything in Limgrave and Liurnia. But where's Flo? Well, you gotta wait till I kill a boss before Flo's gonna appear and grace us with her presence. I guess let's go to the old Altus tunnel. What's up, Easy Marked? We have a good weapon right now. You guys think we're gonna be able to keep this run going the whole sponsor today? I don't know, man. I'll be honest, I'm scared of like some of the DLC bosses. The last time I did Elden Ring in my marathon in like the dagger only run, I died to Mesmer like frickin' 15 times. I'm kind of washed up at fighting some of the DLC bosses, and like we still haven't seen Prime Consort Radon. Yeah, I mean, I've been bodying the bosses, but like when we get into the late game areas, the bosses are going to become really dangerous. The thing is, oh, we don't have any freaking stone sword keys. Hold on, let me go see. Can we buy any? Would I go back and play Remnant 2? Maybe. Did I do an Ash Hall routine? I don't know what that means, man. We have all these bell bearings. By the way, I did not kill the merchants. Clarify. We need stone sword keys. We need keys. There's a key. Oh, there's keys right here. Alright, we got 6 stone sword keys now. Beautiful. What's up, Cypher? I'm playing Elden Ring. I am. Yeah, this is region locked. Correct. And yeah, today's stream is powered by Progressive Chat, Progressive Insurance. I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool helps you find options that fits your budget. You can learn more at progressive.com. And also click the panel below the stream chat. Get ready for Flo. She's coming. She's warming up. Pardon my choice of words there. What's up, Ryut? I don't have any sponsors coming up later this week. Sometimes my brain just says things and then I realize, like, a lot of you guys might think that I'm like baiting sometimes when I say these things, but I genuinely just, I don't know, my brain. Can certainly tell you that wasn't intentional. Oh, there's an item there. Trying to pay off the Pontiff statue, true. Oh, it's this room. Room is kind of scary. Elden Ring rando hitless. I'll be honest, hitless rando looks like the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life. Obviously exaggerating, but it's just like... It is so boring. Oh, wait, that's actually not bad. Yeah, the thing about the Elden Ring, about rando hitless is that you just have to like run around the map for an hour until you finally get an OP spell, and then you just crouch walk everywhere and just assassinate every enemy. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm sure it's exciting to some degree, like, trying to figure out how to get through, like, difficult areas, but... not do it cautiously and just full send it? Yeah, but then you're never gonna make progress. Like, you have to play that way. That's the thing, right? Like, if you want to be successful, you have to play slowly. It's not really a choice. You are good, you can. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, buddy. We should just run to the boss. Oh. No, I haven't seen any of the winter lanterns yet. Oh, it's Moog again. Wait, which Moog is this? Does this Nihil actually work in the rando? Dang it. Oh, come on. I got scammed, man. That was so close. You uploaded a clip of me killing the Queen and Ark with the flare and got over 200k views. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, scaling is on. Where's Flo? Where's Flo? Huh? I need to check what bosses are left. We have, oh, the Shaded Castle, Altus Tunnel, Lanceax, oh yeah, and then the Sainted Hero's Grave, okay. Alright, let's go to the Shaded Castle. The boss counter is a separate mod, yeah. Oh my god, imagine loading in and just running straight backwards onto like an like imagine if that elevator was back, if I like sent it back up, I would have just instantly died. Oh, why did I pick that up? God dang it. Well, whatever. Flo, you're a little behind. But you know, she at least she's still doing her job. KO of my weapon. She's just waking up, chat, alright? Oh god, it's one of these enemies. Yeah, I really like the dry leaf arts too. It is fun. Golden Ruin 1. Yippee! How to be automated. They use like image recognition for when the boss dies. Can you hold this weapon art? Oh yeah, you can. Kind of sick though. Oh wait, could this be a key item? Double pants. Heck yeah. My cosplaying Yoda, like IRL or in game? And my right trigger on my controller has like the weird wait, hold on. I think it's... Oh. There we go. Wait. Oh, there. There's like these sliders on the back of the controller that determine like the input sensitivity, like how hard you need to press the trigger. I'm just so used to having to do like full presses. Honestly, the like half press one is probably better, but it just feels so weird. Hey, Teleskier, thank you for the 91 months. Thank you. Oh no. I'm just not gonna kill this guy. I'm pretty sure he's stuck. I'm gonna go, gentlemen. Am I getting Indian food today for lunch? I don't know. Oh, okay, this isn't so bad. I thought it was PCR as well for a bit. It scared me. Freaking text off my screen, dude. What am I doing? Actually, though. Alright, just focus up. Stop being dumb. Oh, okay. Dude, getting that dagger just like stun locked me. Oh, ritual sword talisman though. That stun locked me so hard. That was whatever. We're fine. Did Melania die? No, I don't think so. Alright, we're gonna try to get 60. Alright, what else do we have left here? We have the 2 bosses in the Sainted Hero's grave. And then... oh yeah, we have the Altus tunnel. I guess we can go do the tunnel. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the flow thing. The sponsors haven't posted anything about it, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Unless somehow my like sources are messed up or my overlays. But it should be working properly. Yo, Chaos, thank you for the 33 months. Did I kill Wormface? I did, yeah. Well, the flow pop-up is automatic, or it's supposed to be anyways. I'm not sure. Not sure. And I gotta say, I always love coming back to Elden Ring. Elden Ring is just such like a... such a comfy game. At least when you've played it as much as I have. By refreshing my source. Okay, give me a sec. Alright, I refreshed both of them, Alistar. Hopefully that helped. Okay, okay, okay. That was almost dangerous. These like butt blasts do a lot of damage. We need to be careful. God masks rags. Dude, I really don't want this dagger. This thing sucks. Hope FromSoft is cooking a good one for a surprise at the Game Awards. Yeah. Hopefully. Oh, is that the enemy from the DLC that summons the rings on you? Okay, good thing we killed that guy. Hippo. Hippo's actually kind of scary when he... I can't see. He's got me jammed in the wall. Does this thing even have bleed? No. This thing has good scaling, but... Is it gonna do the follow-up? Yeah. This is the dagger I used on the marathon run. Ah. Bruh. How did I dodge that? Damage is really low, at least. Oh, no follow-up. Really? Yeah, the repose hitbox on him is super jank. Whip load. Alright. Nice. Where's my KO? Unless am I like covering it up? It's so weird because it worked like perfectly the last time we did this. Cute hair, thank you. Oh, it did work. Wait, I didn't hear like the sound effect. Or maybe I'm just deaf and okay, well that's good. That's good. I'm not sure why I didn't hear it, but you saw and heard it? Okay, cool. That's good. I might have been tunnel visioned. Yeah. It is possible. Hey, Brog boy. Yeah, the sounds being weird has nothing to do with like progressive though. That's I thought I was gonna die there for a second, but that wasn't that high of a fall. I think that's more so an issue with the randomizer. I would like a new weapon. Like, the thing is, this dagger's not actually bad, but we have, like, no scaling for it, is the problem. Silver tear mask. Hello, Emerald. What's up? So I'm not sure if the churches actually count as... Oh, there's a fire giant there. I'm not sure if the churches actually count as like a key item for the sake of the randomizer with these specific settings. I don't think they do. I think it's mainly just boss kills and actual key items. Holy grease. Fire Knight helm. Oh yeah, we did get rid of the mask. True. I didn't even think about that. When is the Game Awards, by the way, chat? Oh wait, we actually have to kill this fire giant. 11th December. Gotcha. You guys excited for the Night Rain DLC, chat? I mean, I'm excited. Like, I mean, it's not a new Souls game or anything, but I'm still excited for the Night Rain DLC. At least for a little bit. It'll be fun to try the new classes. Hey, Will Forger, you're about to get timed out, my man. Stop it. time him out? Okay, well, if a mod wants to time him out, feel free, because, yeah, it's clearly a bot. I'm kind of in the middle of fighting the fire giant right now. Done, you stupid. Luckily, I'm very tanky. Finally! Now his leg's in the worst. I love this game. Ah, you, you stinker. Hello? Turn on my lantern. He's on break. Wait, am I? Thought I was heavy load there for a second. Scared me. Huh. Wasn't good enough kill. She wasn't impressed. Alright, well, chat, before we do this dungeon, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool lets you pick from a range of coverage options to find a price that works for you. You can learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. Look younger and younger. How do I do it? By having a baby face. Hey, Doe Person, thank you for the 2-year resub. Yeah, playing Souls games is the key to youth. Being clean shaven, yeah, for sure. Is there a chance of me dying at this point? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like, when we go... Wait, do I have to... I don't think I have to kill this guy. When we go to the DLC, like, when we get into the late game chat, the bosses are going to become really dangerous because they're all scaled up. How old am I? I'm 30. Oh, it's still this guy. I guess it has to be because of, I mean, imagine if this guy, if this thing was like a flower or something. This guy's actually freaking charging me down. Sometimes this enemy, yeah, FromSoft, your AI is so unbelievably consistent. And that enemy always, he always stops. Like, always. That missed me? Dude, huh? That is such a long combo. Oh, I got poison. I don't have poison moss either. Oh, shit. My god, I almost got hit by that. Get wrecked. Hey Robin, thank you for the 78 months. Thank you, buddy. I would like a new weapon game, please. Oh. Such a bad weapon for this, dude. Come on, girlie. This is really not going well. I actually kind of want to get a different weapon. This is so annoying that I'm poisoned. I mean, we could definitely kill her. I need to hit her when she jumps to the side, but does my dagger actually stagger her? I guess it does. there a way to know if she's gonna do the follow-up on the kick? This is so bad, man. I'm so bad at fighting her, it's crazy. That was kind of cringe. I always forget. Oh, I'm so rusty, dude. Gotta be close to posture breaking. Dang. Dude, the turnaround animation. Are you kidding me? There we go. Alright, that fight took forever, but hey, we got her. A little rusty. Unless, is there a phase 2? Oh wait, she can't die to a riposte because this game is silly. Wait. Well, this isn't great. Honestly, I hate this, but I also I really don't want to restart. And I have no heals left. I could probably do it, but I don't want to take the risk. I really want a better weapon, man. I just played that phase 1 so badly. No. Okay, wait, what other bosses do we have left? Because the thing is, we might... Oh yeah, we have lance axe. Lance axe, that's it. I mean, we might just have to fight her with this dagger. Kinda sucks. Maybe this is a weapon? Hey! Dan's footwork. That would have been so sick if I hit that. I tried. Questionable hitbox there, to be honest. A great weapon. Delay. This is not any better. This sucks, dude. This is horrible. This is terrible, man. I don't... This is like actually such a miserable fight right now. Did I loot Jarberg? No. No, I didn't. This weapon is not doing it for me right now. We could go loot Jarberg. Can you kill him with the shield? I don't know. Maybe it would be better to try to fight him with the Gilded Great Shield. Can I buy a weapon? No. Yeah, this is the French challenge. What's up, Tritex? Yeah, the weapons get like automatically upgraded. Dropping down here is kind of scary. I have actually died quite a few times dropping into Jarberg, so I was being a little careful there. Oh yeah, there's tombstones here, right? Maybe we'll get something good. Come on, baby. Nope. Nope. Oh, Golden Vow consumable. I mean, come in handy. Yeah. You want me to turn it off? Ooh, Ripple. Wait, is this even better? I feel like this weapon also sucks. Well, we got a new weapon. The music is randomized, I believe. Yeah, I don't think this Ripple Blade is very good at all. Well, shucks. Better than kickboxing? Maybe, yeah. At least I've got a little bit more range. Yeah, it scales with Arcane. Alright, hold on, chat. I gotta use the restroom, so give me 1 sec. But before I go, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool gives you options when it comes to rates and coverages. Learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. Alright, I will be right back. Hold on, I'm gonna rest at this thing. I'm kind of scared. I will be right back, and then we're gonna go try to fight this Falling Star Beast again. I'm back. Try this again, shall we? I bought these like glass apple juices, chat. They're so good. Fancy, I know. Those things are pure sugar. Yeah, I believe it. Come over here, man. Guy is so tanky. God, I keep rolling too early now. This is actually kind of awful. There we go. There we go. Posture breaks are coming in. Getting in the rhythm. What's my arcane at? Like nothing. Should posture break. Sorry, Torrent. Oh my god, that was such a long fight. Oh man. Really don't want to fight Millennia right now. But I mean, we can. I don't really know if we have a choice. Not really sure where else I can loot. The Amber Starlight spot. No, is that a key item or something? Any graves? There might be more graves. I actually can't remember exactly where all the graves are. I mean, I looted the two sets of graves here in this like area. Thing is, the item you get from the churches... Oh, maybe this is something. Hey, General Terrain, thank you for the 8 months, buddy. The weapons are automatically upgraded to your highest level that you have. Like if you have a max weapon, then everything else you pick up will also be max level. Basically. Hey, Golden Phoenix. What's up? Really want to get rid of this Ripple Blade. Come on, give me a weapon! I mean, we could definitely fight Millennia with this thing still. It's not that bad. I'm just rusty is all. I mean, I've killed Millennia with much worse. Ah, there we go. Alright, this'll work. I am just eating some toast with butter. Very, very basic. You know, sometimes it hits the spot. Saltines. I used to like saltines more when I was young, but they're a bit too dry. We could use bleed grease. Dude, this rod is doing... This rod is doing... It doesn't normally do this much? My goodness. Holy crap, rod is broken. That was kind of scary. Hmm. Are you even paying attention? Excuse me? What do you mean? Of course I'm paying attention. Alright. We have killed everything in Altus Plateau now, so now it is time to go the capital outskirts, I think. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the... I don't know what's going on with the KO. I don't ignore YouTube chat. Those lightning balls are actually super dangerous. I should have been more careful there. That could have ended badly. Those things, the lightning balls are actually the most dangerous enemy in the game. Up, you louch. Yeah, the ancient untouchables are scary too. Oh wait, I did get the imbued sword key. Oh yeah, yeah, right. When I get that, I need to go kill the scion. Forgot about that. I never grabbed the grace up here either. Oh well. Well, the enemy in the DLC doesn't technically one-shot you, it just does so much damage that most of the time it one-shots you. Yeah, you can parry it, but the timing on the parry is really weird. I don't know, man. If I run into those enemies, I'm probably cooked. The thing is, like, I haven't played Elden Ring in quite some time. I mean, I did the dagger-only marathon, but, like, you know, you have streamers like Aggie, Gino, Domo, Staro Chris, Nuclear Positom who, like, just play Elden Ring all the time, non-stop. And I mean, even they're, like, partially struggling with the run, so... No RV today. I don't think we've had, like, a single... like, I just never use the physic because it doesn't really do anything for me. +1 boss. Hey, a golden seed. I'll take it. E33 is gonna sweep everything. I mean, they deserve it. In my opinion. Donkey Kong. I don't know, the new Donkey Kong game was fun, but like... that game also just felt like brain rot to the highest degree. Like just... like when I was playing Donkey Kong and I like find... I would do like the sonar or whatever, and I would see a banana through the wall, and it's like the best strategy is just to punch your way through the wall, and it was just like so exhausting. Just constantly, like I just felt like I had brain rot every time I was just sitting there like spamming punch or like vacuuming up all the terrain. I don't know, I feel like punching through the terrain was cool. It was a cool mechanic, but I got really sick of it by the end. Yeah, I mean, for kids it's probably good. They like, kids are probably so, you know, all their neurons are firing as they punch the wall 5,000 times in a row. You think Doom Dark Ages can sweep some awards? No. I feel like you're joking by even asking that, but... No, I haven't played Dispatch. I've heard good things about it, though. Expedition 33 or Silksong? I mean, for me, I think Expedition 33. I think Silksong was amazing, though, too. But... I don't know, like, the thing is, Silksong, as good as it was, it is still a sequel, and not to say that sequels shouldn't deserve Game Awards or anything, it's just like... like, it was more of the same. You know, it's more Hollow Knight. Like, obviously, they made a lot of changes mechanically and whatnot, but like, I don't know, the thing about Expedition 33 for me is that it was a whole new thing, like just a unique new story. Isn't that true of every game? I mean, kind of, but I don't know. Maybe you understand what I'm saying, maybe you don't. It's my opinion anyways. Combat is boring for a turn-based game to you. I don't know. I like the turn-based. I liked the combat in Expedition 33. I did get a little tired of when you're you fight... when you fight enemies that you just kill in one turn, then it's like, this is kind of stupid. Because there are a lot of situations where you're like, you go into an encounter and you just the enemy doesn't even get to like attack you once. You just like kill everything instantly. And those fights, when that's happening a lot, it's like, this is kind of tedious. Skip them? Yeah, you could skip them, but you could also just, but like you also want to level up though, right? Like they give XP. Like, yeah, you could skip every single one of those, but then you're going to be underleveled and you're going to miss out on leveling your Pictos as well, right? So, yeah, I was playing on Expert. Endgame should have been way harder. I mean, the super... I never even fought the super bosses in Expedition 33. I heard they're quite difficult, though, no? I mean, maybe you're just talking about, like, the end of the story? In which case, sure, I could kind of agree with that, but... Yeah, I guess it depends, because you can... A lot of the super bosses you can just kill, like, instantly if you use the OP stuff, right? So, I guess that's probably what you're talking about. Purple. Honestly, I probably shouldn't pick up stuff unless I need to. The rules? Yeah, but I mean, if I don't see it, I don't have to pick it up. I've got hit. Tell what's happening right now. I love not being able to see anything. Oh, it worked! He's back. "77 bosses." Alright. What else do we got? There's 6 bosses total here. We have the Bell-Bearing Hunter, the Deathbird. Hold on, let me actually check this. Oh yeah, and then this tomb. Well, both of these tombs, I think. Wait, no? It's the... Wait, I'm confused. Is Arise's Hero Grave, does that count as mountaintops or something? For the sake of this challenge? I'm so confused. Wait, what? But I checked Royal Capital. Oh, wait, it's right there. I'm just... Oh, whoops. Okay, I'm stupid. This is an in-game interactive map. No, it's like a checklist that you can download. It's a mod that shows you which bosses you've killed. Oh, well. Time to finger. What's up, Carter? How's it going? Man, we need more frickin'... We need more strength and dex. I feel like I'm starting to feel the lack of damage. I mean, it hasn't been that bad. The monk's flame blade was doing pretty good. Yeah, the finger's decent. It's basically like a club. Is that a spell? Hey, Mesog and Old Thorin, thank you for the resubs, guys. Also, Smidian, Covenant of Souls, B. Walter, Tay-Rapt, General Terrain, thank you, guys. What does this guy have?
His custom well.
I assume I can buy the cracked pots. I'm just not allowed to, like, buy anything that gets auto-equipped. Oh, the Somber Bell's here. I don't really think we need that, but I guess the items you get from the bell are random. Oh. Why did that do so much fucking damage? What the hell was that? That's freaking scared me. I was not ready for that much damage. What? I guess it was counter damage, yeah. Jesus. Lightning Talisman +3? Dude, that actually really scared me. That was terrifying. Did so much damage. This Ash of War does so much damage. Actually pretty good. I actually don't really know how to fight these guys very well. Oh. Ash of War is pretty good. Don't have enough mana though. It's 3 of the bosses, right? Yeah. And then we have the DTS and 2 more. But I don't know if I'm gonna fight the DTS yet. Cragblade. Yeah, I know the KO is like delayed sometimes. I'm not really sure, man. It is what it is. Well, well, it was nice having a good weapon, but that's over now. I mean, the torch isn't that bad, but it's not that. I mean, it's not as good as the finger. There was a great sword at the previous merchant. I'm not allowed to buy weapons from the merchants because otherwise, anytime you get a bad weapon, you would just go back to a merchant and buy a good weapon again. So getting a bad weapon would never really actually affect you. That makes sense. Yeah, in the randomizer, you can break the statues. Alright, hold on. Give me one sec, chat. I will be right back. Actually, before I go, though, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their AutoQuote Explorer, you can compare rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive. Learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. I will be right back, chat. Give me 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. Yo, Tiberius, thank you for the 3 gifted subs, dude. Maidenless Behavior, Maidenless, and Yuzuki. Thank you, man. Alright, where do we go? This is... torch is good for the slimes, isn't? And the troll isn't bothering anyone. Oh, this is the teleport. How does upgrading work? So basically, once you've upgraded a weapon, any other weapon you find will be the same upgrade level as your max. That makes sense. Oh yeah, it's this dungeon. I always get confused by this dungeon. Probably should be more careful. Yeah, this is the... Trying to remember, do you go left and then you go center? Or do you go left and then left again? I think you go left again. Yeah, no, because now this guy isn't here. Yeah, I think this is right. At least we have a light source. Wait, no. This isn't right. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. Is it left? It is left then center, isn't it? Oh my god. This dungeon is so confusing. Oh my god. Imagine if I just died there. Please don't rob me. Ah! Doers, thank you so much for the 14 months. Oh my god, where am I going? We made it. It was left and then center. I was correct. My first intuition was correct. Although, wait, this... Does... I don't think... This actually take me back? Maybe I should just use my... Okay. Margit. Can't see. Biggie cracked. Alright. Perfumer's Talisman. You know, I'm sad there's no perfumer in the... It's a shame there's no perfumer class in the DLC for Night Rain. Like, that's kind of a missed opportunity, especially because they have like relic effects that give perfume damage, so... Weird. It would be so sick if in Night Rain they made it so you could get, if you could get, like, different weapons, like, starting weapons. Like a relic that makes you start with a different weapon. Night Rain is missed opportunity simulator. I mean, no matter how much effort they put into the game, there's always, like... You could always be like, oh, they should have done this, they should have done that. But I mean, I do agree, Night Rain, it's a fun game, but... some of the systems are definitely lacking. Well, luckily we got Margit's Shackle. Yeah, so for those who don't know, if you use Margaret's Shackle here, it just solves this puzzle, like, instantly and breaks everything. I'm sure most people know about that, but very nice trick. You knew this since 1 minute ago. Nice. Dude, I've fought so many Night Cavalries. We did it! Mottled necklace +2. Alright. So now we just have ETS. No, yeah, Torch is actually pretty good. It's not a bad weapon. It's just the range is kind of rough, and if the enemy is like resistant to fire, it's not great. Majority of your damage is fire. Ayo. Hello, Jamafi. Yosh! Yash. I would really like to find a source of, like, crab. I actually don't know how to fight this guy that well. And it's kind of annoying because I can't backstab him. Oh my god. Saw my life flash before my eyes. Holy frick, dude. Dude. I hate this little freaking piece of shit. Oh my god, dude. Just do your jump attack. Terrifying. I just do not know that guy's moveset very well. The only strat I know for that guy is just staying far away from him and spamming backstab when he does the jump attack, but I have a torch, so I can't backstab him. Oh, jeez. I thought I was dead there. I really thought I was gonna die. Question is, where should we go now? I guess we just do Royal Capital. We could also go do like, maybe let's go do Siofra. Yo, what's up, Rakir? We could go down the Siofra River well. The bosses down there should be pretty chill. Oh, God. That actually stressed me out so much. Dude, that was horrifying. Do we like Gino and go DLC next? I mean, we could. But Gino also, like, lives and breathes Elden Ring. I don't know how he doesn't get bored just playing so much Elden Ring. Hey, Night City. I mean, I love Elden Ring, but I'm at the point where, like, you know, I have fun playing Elden Ring here and there, but I cannot just play it, like, all the time. Brave bird bracelets. Great glove what? Ooh. Nice. This is a good weapon. This is like the guard counter hammer, right? Yeah. It's kind of sad because this weapon is built for guard counters, but it's actually bad for guard countering. Because the thing is, because they made it a guard counter weapon, they nerfed the damage of the guard counters in order to, because of the fact that the weapon has an additional effect on the guard counter, they nerfed the guard counter damage. So it ends up being the same as a normal weapon. And it's like, what's the point? Not to mention so when you guard counter with this weapon, it causes like a holy effect on the ground. But I'm pretty sure the holy effect that gets summoned on the ground is also not amplified by guard counter boosts. So this a weapon that is literally made for guard countering is not good for guard countering. It's just so stupid. And stagger enemies out of the poise break animation too. Yeah, that's also true. Kind of a shame. Yeah, I mean, all of that being said, it's still a decent weapon. It's not that bad. It's a decent weapon, just not for guard countering. Honestly, though, going to the DLC is probably not a bad idea. Genuinely. Like, in terms of efficiency, getting the DLC out of the way with early is probably the play. Blue bar is distracting. Is it now? I feel like... What was that? You know, I was just thinking to myself, I was just thinking to myself, I wonder if that thing is gonna shoot, like, dude, I knew that had potential to happen, but I was like, was that a Stormveil turret, like, placed in a tree or something? What was that? It was this guy. I mean, the thing is, I saw it too. I saw the shots get fired, and I was just thinking to myself, like, as I went to pick up that item, I was like, oh man, I really hope they don't shoot me. But even if they shoot me, I don't think, I felt like I was far enough away, but I wasn't. Well, that sucks, man. Well, rip. Back to the start. Time fall asleep. The worst, dude, the worst part, like, is the fact that when you get staggered, like I couldn't jump. I couldn't even jump on torrent for like 5 seconds straight. Whatever. That's my fault. I should. I mean, I saw the turret shoot, and I should have known better. I don't know. I just like it, I knew there was a possibility for that to happen, so I don't know why I did it. Mainly because I guess I just didn't really care that much, but. I'm re-rolling the randomizer. I cannot believe I just died like that. That was so stupid. That's actually crazy. I didn't even know that those Stormveil turrets could spawn, to be fair. All right, well, I'm going to let the intro play and do some stretches. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, right, we have to start as Wretch. Low 4. It's the Troll Knight sword, I think. All right, well, before this intro plays, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their Auto Quote Explorer, you can compare car insurance rates to find a great deal, even if it's not with Progressive. You can learn more at progressive.com. And also click the panel below the stream. I will be right back, chat. Enjoy the intro. We go again.
In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome Dung-Eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
Oh man, what a stupid death. God dang it, chat. Now we get to see Limgrave. Yippee! Fine, we're supposed to die to her, chat. I mean, it's kind of good that we got Millennia there, because she's really weak. Honestly, Millennia... I'm not that worried about fighting Millennia, though. I've fought Millennia so many times. Can you get repeated bosses? No, I believe the it just swaps the bosses. So no, you can't get any repeats of things. +2 arcane. Key items drop from bosses and other key item locations. So like you can customize the randomizer to you can make it so the key items could be anywhere, like any item in the entire game. But for this particular challenge, it's only bosses and other key item locations, like the Dectus medallions and stuff like that.
Goodbye. What?
Oh man, back to the beginning. God dang it. I will say though, I kind of like trying to optimize going through the like early game areas and bosses. It's kind of tough. Back to Maidenless, yeah. What happened to the Where Winds Meet challenge? I don't know. The challenge was super scuffed. I don't think apparently the devs were supposed to like gift subs for whoever beat the boss like first try, but I don't think they ever even end up gifting anybody subs. Hey, Batoot. I don't know. I liked that Where Winds Meet game, but the free-to-play structure of it kind of, I don't know. It's just like there's so much bloat in the game. Like every NPC you talk to has like reputation and bars. There's like a million things to... Like, there's just so much... Much like random crap. I mean, I thought the combat in the game was a lot of fun. I just felt super overwhelmed by all the systems in the game, though. I got some gloves. Maybe I shouldn't have picked all this stuff up. Well, I'll try not to die. Probably gonna die if I go for that. I just want to fight stuff. I don't want to like run around and pick stuff up, but I feel like you kind of have to do that. To an extent. Not doing Aggie's rules. I don't know. I don't know what his rules are, but you're not allowed to Mark of Grace or something. That sounds just tedious because then you never take any risks. Like, I'm just never gonna go into a boss fight unless I have full heals. I don't really feel like that necessarily makes the challenge. I mean, I guess it makes the challenge harder. It just makes it more tedious though, because it's like again, you're just not gonna go fight something until you feel prepared, right?
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
Hey Shaggies, thank you for the 4 months. Dude.
Oh, am I? Are you here as a co-
I'll only upgrade to +3. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't... It's not like the scaling of the bosses in Limgrave is that high. That's cool, though. I don't really feel like that makes it more difficult, just more tedious than anything. Not like Limgrave is difficult in the first place. I just want to get through Limgrave as fast as possible, if anything. Hey Lucius, what's up? I actually also got a really good remembrance from Ronnie before. Why are you excited for the Night Rain DLC? Why? I like the game. Hey Alex, thank you for the 7 months, dude. Thank you, man. Probably should get some endurance. Hey, Shams. All right, let's go back to the cave and kill Mimir, or whatever his name is. Freaking charged it too, dude. Sick. All right. Guess we can go to the Stormfoot Catacombs.
This way, Tarnish.
Oh yeah. All right, come on, Ronnie, give me something good.
I'd heard tanned upon the talk thou art but to call forth. I was entrusted by torrents. Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet.
Why the reset? I don't know, man. Yeah, I was missing Limgrave. Totally. How many resets is this? I think we've reset like 2 or 3 times. Still stuck in combat. So glad there's no homeward bones in this game. Bravo, Miyazaki. Alright, we could go down to the coastal cave. Actually, maybe we'll go towards... Go towards the Pumpkinhead. $200-word essay. No, good luck, man. You can do it.
Oi! You there. Could you help us out, Cully?
Damage is not great. I don't know what I was doing there. I don't know what I'm doing. Keep misreading his attacks. Oh, our damage is so bad. That actually damaged me. I would really like a better weapon right about now. Do I have all the talisman slots unlocked? No. I only have one. I have one talisman slot. Alright, well, let's go do the Pumpkinhead and we can loot the gravestones over here, I guess. Barry's bouquet is not good. Does a lot of bleed, at least. Okay, dude, you're just gonna jump up. Damn tongue. Any bleed procs? Oh yeah, we could blood tax him, true. And it's freaking tongue. Yeah, he's tanky because my weapon is really, really bad. I really need a new weapon.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me.
No, I didn't play the egg only up game. The LC enemies are so OP. Actually, like, unbelievable. No new weapon. Hopefully this boss can be bled. I think you can bleed these guys, right? Oh yeah. That was easy. New run. Yeah, we got ballisted off of a cliff. I can't see anything. I actually can't even see the way down. So dark. Hey, Crab Girl, thank you for the 101 months. Thank you very much. Why is it so dark, dude? Like, this is insane. I feel like normally it's not this dark. Like, I can't see anything. Honestly, they should just make it so you start with the hand lantern, like, automatically. Because you're allowed to go run to, like, Liurnia to get it. It's just kind of tedious. Dude, can I please not have this weapon anymore? These fights take so long. Slowly but surely. Yeah, we procced a few bleeds. Woo! Golden braid. I need a new weapon. Where can I even go loot at this point? Maybe Fort Height. Yo, what's up, Blue? Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm doing well. I died. I had a decent run going, and I died like 80 bosses in. That was kind of sad. But we go again. How did I die?
Is anybody there?
A random ballista destroyed me.
Rescuing the great heavy fight. Serving the true order and celebrated repudiator of the Pots. Oh,
Thought I might die there first. What's up, Zeke? Oh. Brick hammer, okay. Work with that. Oh, okay. Am I fat? Oh, I am. Rut row.
Welcome. Well, are you please? I'm hungry.
Honestly, selling stuff early on is not bad for money. At least, like, because you can sell the... You can sell the glove warts and then also sell all the extra weapons that you get.
Ah, how nice it is.
My helmet's giving me arcane for the sword. True. Yeah, we need to check the chest at the top of Fort Height. Did I upgrade? No. I don't think I can. Oh, actually, no, I can get +3. Well, the thing is, this is a somber weapon, isn't it? So we're gonna have to wait until we get another smithing weapon. Ball enemy. Oh. Please let me out of here. Forgot to level up. All right, looks good. We do actually need to come here because of the... Because of the Dectus medallion. Okay. Thank you. And I'm back to heavy load. Don't I have to put in the Fire Knight Greaves? They are on. The dress is covering it. Hello, Mitch. This damage isn't too bad. Dang it. I don't think blocking that is a good idea. You just did that, man. Huge guard counter. Hey, Seekyoun, thank you for the 41 months. Thank you, man. I guess we could do the dragon and whatever's in the cave. Could also try to fight the Erd Tree Avatar there. The Deathrite bird, though. Maybe I'm not gonna fight this guy right now. Not a big fan of fighting this guy while fat load. I play on PS5 controller. Before we do this dungeon though, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, making bundling renters and auto insurance easy. Learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. I need a lantern. Kind of scared me a little bit. Can block that? Day I learned. Oh, is this the weird blood guy from the DLC? Oh, yeah. Get down here. Freya's helm. We got some runes, not many. We're also still stuck in combat. So that's great. Go DLC next. Excuse me? Probably should have got a little bit more endurance. Hopefully we find a shield soon. This freaking dude, this sword weighs almost 12. That's actually so much. Ice Spear is a really good Asher War. Really. That insta charge is so stupid. Ooh, Scar Seal. That's actually not a bad... That's not bad to have. Now I'm in medium load. Nice. Okay. Let's go do patches. For killing a boss, your LB input is stuck. Can't say I remember that being an issue. Double whip guy. This NPC is actually quite scary.
It isn't Nereus. Bloody finger. The end is nigh. For you. And your such blood.
This guy gonna fucking help me? Hey, buddy! Do something! Another shield. Wow. Oh, he gave like 12,000 runes though. That's not bad. Not bad at all. I'm kind of tempted just to turn on cheat engine and just give myself the hand lantern. Like I could run to, I don't know. I mean, I guess I should probably just run to Liurnia. It's just kind of tedious.
Thought you'd just help yourself
I mean, I guess this could be good for the Deathrite bird because it has holy.
You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! Cough up your coin! All of it!
Alright, chill patches. Can I actually Deathblight this guy?
It was bound to happen. What a shit show.
Yeah, honestly, this should be good for the Deathrite bird. The range is really short. That's true. It is true. Guess I shouldn't have jumped on Torrent. I hate that there's no way to well, there is actually a way to tell what direction the frost comes out from, but I hate that attack so much. I guess I shouldn't go on torrent when he does that though. Apparently, I think that the AoE goes based on like cardinal directions or something, so it always goes like north, south, east, and west. You turn your back on him, but it doesn't matter because I can't tell what direction it's going to. It doesn't matter. Like I don't know what direction it's going to come from because looking at his body does not guarantee. Like, you can't tell where it's going to go based on his body. It's based on, like, directions. But I shouldn't have got on I guess I shouldn't go on torrent. Is it blockable? I mean, if you want to die, sure, you could block it. And the thing is, if you block it, and then the stuff spawns beneath you, you're just gonna die. Oh, hold on. So hard to tell, like, I feel like I just got lucky. No, I shouldn't get on torrent. The thing is, he's not gonna. Is he even gonna do it again? I really shouldn't have got on torrent though. How was I not taking damage from the AoE? I want him to do it again one more time. I mean, I went southwest, but it just perfectly got me, so that's not... I don't think going southwest works. No, there is like a compass strat with this, but... He's gonna do it now. Did do it now? I want to understand how this works, man. But I don't get. I don't really know. I don't know. All right, whatever. We reset. We go again. Back to Limgrave. Didn't even leave Limgrave, but back to Limgrave. Oh, man. Yeah, Mercerto, the thing is that I don't know if that actually works. I don't think that the fire doesn't spawn based on his position. It spawns based on cardinal direction. So like I mean, it kind of works, but I don't think that's consistent. Because apparently in the no-hit run, they like use the compass and place like waypoints or something in order to dodge. In order to dodge that attack. Thing is, I don't do no Elden Ring, so I don't really know the strat. Kinda wish I did know the strat though. Maybe I'll just start with a Ruin Arc for the extra HP. Did I die to patches? No, I died to the Deathray Bird. I got on Torrent and got stun locked by the AoE attack. I shouldn't go on Torrent when he does the AoE attack though, so that was my bad.
The fallen leaves.
Hey, the Kurt, thank you for the 31 months.
Story.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much, buddy.
The great Elden Ring was shattered.
I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, offering round-the-clock coverage. You can learn more at progressive.com, chat.
The fall,
You can also click the panel below the stream.
the lands between.
I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back. I'm a little bummed out about that last death, but it's okay.
Now,
We go again.
Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. And one other, whom great
Okay. I died to a Deathray Bird like an idiot in the last attempt. Sadly. It's my bad though. I'm just rusty at Elden Ring, man. There's only like a few things in this game that scare me, and that's one of them. And I don't play Elden Ring every day like some like some streamers. Not tilted, I just made a mistake, man. I just goofed. It was a good starting weapon. The bird is back. For my number of attempts, I don't know. I've done like 3 or 4 attempts, I think. Or I guess this is our 5th.
And I can also let you
Get
know
your
why
revenge.
I am calling.
I don't really want to fight him right now.
Goodbye.
I'm already heavy load. Great. Where's my glorious hair? I cut my hair off. Honestly, I kind of prefer shorter hair. Long hair is too... kind of a pain in the ass to, like, maintain. Honestly. I mean, I end up looking pretty young when I cut my hair and shave, but I don't know. It used to kind of annoy me when people like said I look young, but at this point I'm like 30 years old, so kind of take it as a compliment.
They sir, but you, I can play turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath.
So young, yeah, I know. I'm just,
treat him with.
you know what I mean. McGabe. What's up, dude? Healer. Oh, it's a bit lightweight, or it's a bit more lightweight, so that's good. Oh, goodbye, Peeler. Scavenger's Curve Sword is good. Oh. There was an aging untouchable there. Whatever it's called. Does its teleport mechanic still function properly, like out in the open world? He wasn't actually able to teleport on me there, but I don't know if I got lucky or something. Helmet reducing my max health. Lovely. Oh, we could try to do this catacomb, I guess. Hey, Noodlified. Thanks, man. I'm trying my best. How did I die? Deathrite bird. Bomb. Rip 80k. 80k? Oh, your points. I see. Wow, that is delayed. I didn't actually think you could hit me with that. Kinda sucks that I can't backstab this guy. Dude, that is like the most delayed not being able to backstab these guys, just I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm just so used to spamming backstab. Well, sorry, believers. Should have ran around and looted stuff for more time, but This gets a little boring. Hey, still solid. Thank you for the 47 months. I mean, I could have killed that guy. It's just another case of like, no, the perfume damage was fine. It's just I can't backstab the guy. I don't know those guys move. I don't really actually know their moveset that well. The thing is, it's so easy to like when you play Elden Ring normally, you just kill these guys in like 2 seconds. Oh, flow 6, here we go. So chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With the Name Your Price tool, you can tell them how much you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find coverage options that fits your needs. Learn more at progressive.com. All right, we go again. I can't believe I'm stuck in Limgrave right now, dude. Giant Crusher. I gotta say, if you find like another Deathbird there, no freaking way. If you find a remembrance early on, it carries you so hard. Like on one of my, honestly, we should always check Ronnie. For some reason, I feel like Ronnie has really good stuff. Ooh. Good.
And I can also that you're not then why not? I am Carly.
Yo, West Ends, thank you for the 31 months. Thank you, dude. I'm not the one who is doing the Gamba chat. This giant crusher actually takes up like so much of your screen space.
Have they, sir? But you, I can play turning root to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with. Shall I to let my hand share them with me?
No, my giant crusher. Why did I even loot this, dude? Oh, let's just die to this scorpion. That's great. I should probably just... Thing is, I just don't know how to like start the rando. I want to just fight the bosses like as I get to them, but at the same time, it's just not. I mean, it's kind of risky. I hate this is the thing that I really don't like about the Elden Ring rando is like how incentivized you are to just run around and pick up a million things. Like, sure, you don't have to. But it definitely helps a lot. Am I gonna play the egg only up game? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. There not be all these random enemies here. Can't you backstab this guy? Kinda cool. It's interesting that you can jump that. Oh. Got him. Ooh. Okay, that's good.
This way.
Alright, what you got, Ronnie?
I am the wit. I'd heard tend upon the talk thou art as a call forth. I was in
Come on, give me a yellow ember.
Forgive.
Yeah, shoot. I just forgot to turn it back on. Dara. Why isn't it working? There's 2 Elden rings running in the background. Are you kidding me? This game is so buggy. It's so weird. I don't know what's up with Elden Ring and why it has such a hard time actually closing itself. Like, for some reason, Elden Ring just loves to just hang in the background after you close it. Most of the time it'll close itself after like a minute, but very strange. What's up? I don't know how to say your name, but hello from Karmic. Kill the process? Yeah, I mean, I know how to use a PC. I'm just saying. I'm surprised they haven't fixed it in the first place. That fire does a lot of damage. I still can't believe they gave us the ability to roll, or they took away the ability to roll out of a fall. I don't know why they did that, but it makes me so... It drives me kind of crazy, I don't know why. Behind his leg. Let the loop begin. Dawn's Grave Rune. Have we just started the run? Yes, because I died. Like, I want to get more health, but I also don't want to die. Or I don't want to end up in heavy load. It's so annoying when that happens. For some reason, they gave this guy like 7 seconds of iframes after your riposte animation ends. It's kind of annoying. R2s are so good in this game. Crazy. Alright, that was pretty nice. Little bit more health. Do we have a rune arc? We do have the meat dumpling though.
Oi!
Oi.
You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
I'm dead. Flail. I don't know, I want to fight these guys, but it's kind of awkward. What's up with the ball? That hits me? The worst charge R2 ever on this. Like, chain R2s are so bad. Flail R2s, rather. Like, I cannot believe that they haven't buffed. Like, why have they not buffed? They buffed so many different weapons. It feels like they actually just forgot about flails. Like, I'm not kidding. The Charge R2 it's so unbelievably bad. Charge R2 with flails in this game is like, it's like somehow worse than Raider's moveset in Night Rain. Like, why? If somehow it actually did damage when you were charging it up, like this animation somehow like hit them, it would be decent. Yeah, you can riposte from behind, but it does less damage. Backstab riposts just aren't as strong. Oh, this was a mistake. Oh my god. Hey, we got 2 meat dumplings. Yo, Tummy Fluff, thank you for the 67 months. Thank you, man. My god, I actually hit the riposte! It is so hard to riposte this boss for some reason. Oh, a talisman pouch. That's nice. Did From ever buff flails? No. Flails actually have a good guard counter moveset, but that's, I think, really the only thing going for them. Surprisingly, flail guard counters are actually good. Which is weird, but they are. Talisman pouch is not good to get in this. Well, I know what you mean. Because, like, you can get... Obviously, there's some really bad talismans, like Data Carswell and whatnot.
Are you here? Does your despite takes me back? Any interest? All I know. Now's the time.
Now's the time. Ooh. Nothing stones.
Well, you're back. Goodbye.
Alright, well, we got a +3. But that's nice. Icon Shield. I mean, Icon Shield is good. And a Lord Sworn's Greatsword. don't think this guy can get here. It is. Let me... It's so annoying that you can't... Like, why does that pop-up message prevent you from doing anything? It's so stupid. Like, oh, sorry, did you want to roll or attack? Well, time, no, screw you. Time to die. I'm gonna wait for this guy to come over here. That hit would have staggered, I'm pretty sure. Yo, what's up, Crudes? Health regen shield? That's just because I picked it up. I just found it. I found it, so I'm using it.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
Please, Mr. Lobster. Just want to live. It's so dark. At least we're not stuck with frickin' Vare's bouquet. Yeah, we're doing region lock. Also, I'm heavy load now. That kind of sucks. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I thought I was. It looked like I was running fat. Come on, do your triple. There you go. Oh, a lot of damage. Be enough. Classic 1 HP. We are making better pace than the last run, so that's good. Yeah, this is region locked. Ooh, hello.
Are you here as a customer? Oh, no, I must.
That's nice. Yeah, I know, Segfa. It's just annoying running to Liurnia. That's all. Posture break in here. Does Stamp do more posture damage? Shrouded Tear. No KO. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I think there might be some issues with like the detection or something. So many clothings. I don't know if it's... What the heck? Why is it so delayed? Hey, KPO. Thanks, man. Hey, Jason. Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, it's weird. We have fire and lightning attack boost. I think we do have a mesmer fire grease. Oh no, that was a different run. Yeah, we've actually got a pretty nice outfit right now. It's not going to last for very long. Oh, you went to Vegas? Nice. What was that? Anaya's torch. Well, I gotta say, I preferred the greatsword, but... Oh, well, now we have a hammer. I want to figure out how to, like, I really don't know what the most efficient way to go through Limgrave is, and I also... Like, I don't know if I should even bother looting some of this stuff. Like, if anything, looting this stuff might just... Like, if I have a good weapon, I probably shouldn't loot anything. Unless, like, I have to. I mean, I don't know if Aggie's necessarily doing everything super efficiently either.
Welcome, please.
Hey, Joseph, thank you for the 51 months. Dude, my stamina just got drained for so long. Yeah, there is a fog gate randomizer. It's kind of... I don't know if I like fog gate rando though. It just there you have to keep track of so many different things, like the pathways and how every area links together, which I'm sure some people enjoy, but I don't know. Most of the times I've done fog gate rando, it's just kind of gives me like a headache. It hasn't been updated for the DLC yet. Oh, okay. Oh shoot, beloved Stardust. Well, it's good to get it right. It's good to get it now rather than later. Can I teleport, please? Thank you. DLC Foggate Rando dropped yesterday. Oh yeah? In the alpha mode only, what does that mean? Is it public? Wait. Did he just... Did he actually just do that much damage? Oh, right, because the talisman. It's kind of annoying. This is great. What a fun fight that is. Oh, are the enemies dead after you oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. I've barely played like the rando, so I didn't really know that's how it worked. Oren, where are you? Oh, health medallion, that's nice. Yeah, it's a little easier when you don't have random poison balls hitting you. Hey, Shy Ace, thank you for the 73 months. Thank you very much, buddy. I've still been playing Ark a little bit. I'm kind of getting burned out on it though, to be honest. Like, I mean, I'm not done playing it, but okay, yeah, I need to try to refresh this thing because it is so delayed right now. Ooh, flowing hammer. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Rue. Imagine you would still be in the first run. Yeah, if only I didn't get ballisted off a cliff. But, you know. It is what it is. Also, Chad, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, offering round-the-clock coverage. You guys can all learn more at progressive.com. Excuse me. All right, what do we got? Oh, I got the hiccups. Oh God, no. It's funny how you can just poise through that. Guess we can go do the coastal cave. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this. Flow is gonna appear at some point. Have you guys in chat been playing Arc Raiders? It's crazy the game is like still getting, it's hitting like new max, like new player counts. I do like the game a lot. Doesn't look fun to you. That's fair.
What do you don't want any trouble?
Done?
Like first person mode, yeah. The thing is, I feel like the third person mode incentivizes playing like a rat so hard, which kind of sucks because I don't know. A lot of the time I just get like, I find myself getting impatient. It's millennia. I find myself getting impatient and then I just like, I just run in and I get, you know, somebody's, oh, we got a Somber 3. Oh my God. Oh. Just millennia chat. It's fine. Oh, it's always so hard for me to remember that. Attack when she goes left. Linnea, you're being so annoying. Oh my god. What is the reach of this? Stop dodging to the left. Dude, like I just missed. Oh, God, you're so annoying, lady. Can't. I'm just not allowed to do charge R2s. I see how it is. Okay. Oh, it worked right away this time. 16,000 for her though. That's good. Okay, that was not my finest fight, I'll admit, but yeah, we got her. We got her. I should go upgrade the weapon. I can upgrade to like +6. Not region locked. Well, the challenge rules state that you're allowed to go here to go to the round table hold. So, shut it.
To determine if you had... It seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering play. Very let my hand...
You'll no matter.
No, I haven't tried it, Jason. Oh yeah, we don't have the Stardust anymore. That's good. Alright, +6. Time to shred. Yeah, the items you pick up get leveled up to your current max weapon, basically. Also, Chad, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, where you can get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home. Learn more at progressive.com. And also click the panel below the stream. Did you miss Where Winds Meet? Yeah. I had a sponsored stream for it, but I don't know. I like the combat in the game, but the free-to-play like systems of having a million different things you can like interact with and level up, and I don't know, I just wasn't really that big of a fan of that. Yeah, this catacomb is so short. Yeah, I mean, the boss fights were cool. Like, I like the combat. I just wish it wasn't... I don't know, it's just kind of... It's... My god, we do so much damage. Ritual Shield Talisman, well... That's great, but I would have liked to get that later, to be honest. Oh, shit. I don't know, it's weird. It's like, it just slowly gets like more delayed for some reason. It was instant just a little bit ago. White mask. Well, if we find a 7 and a 9, we can get max weapon already. Yo, Tim the Moose, thank you for the gifted sub. How long is it running this challenge? I don't know, it's kind of hard to say.
To a man's person,
I think it's like around 20 hours.
you scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it. Wait, please. I surrender.
I don't care.
It was bound to happen someday. What a shit show.
Hold on, I gotta check what we have left. Soldier of Godric, Tree Sentinel, Crucible Knight, Cavalry.
I'm here to learn them. There's a moment to find. That's how I fell in love.
No stagger? Does this boss get... Surprised it didn't stagger. I guess you don't do poise damage when it's like spawning in or something. We still gotta kill the cavalry over here too. Is this list a mod? Yeah, it's called like boss checklist overlay or something.
Oi! You there. Could you help us out, Cully?
Base tanking. Probably shouldn't phase tank so much. It's gonna get me killed. Like, I did. Oh, dude, we don't even have stone sword keys. I haven't found any. Yikes. Flo is running behind, alright. I'm just going too fast for her. True. I thought I could jump that. But the rocks got stuck on the ceiling. So easy to miss on this guy. Yeah, there's scaling in this. Wow, 8,000 runes for him though. Actually not bad. Hey, buddy. Alright, well, we need stone sword keys. We have to do this. Ever jail still. This guy have any stone sword keys? I think there's some that you're guaranteed to be able to buy.
Goodbye.
Hey. I don't really know if I can eat. No, I'm okay. Thank you, though. Try to get depth 5 on Night Rain. Yeah, I mean, I'm done with Night Rain until the DLC comes out. The DLC is only like 2 weeks away anyways. A bit more than 2 weeks. Because what is it, December 4th, right? What's up, Yui? How much time to get 9999 before the easy classes come? Is Duchess and Iron Eye not an easy class? Memeing? Oh, okay. What attempt is this? Like 4 or 5 or something. I don't know. I had a run. I had a run that was I was like 80 bosses in, but then I got sniped by a Stormveil turret off a cliff. I didn't even know the Stormveil turrets like counted as an enemy type, to be honest.
Everyone who only to have their... Did you know? It's quite a... You're heading to entice well that, but I don't have... It's scary.
Yeah, you can, Terk.
Can you take...
Alright. I think we only have 2 bosses left. Can I buy stone sword keys here? Hold on, I gotta check. What do I have left? It's the... Oh, right, the tree sentinel. Oh yeah, the deathrite bird. Patches is dead, yeah. Through Patches. What do we got? Lead. Can you not jump in this? I guess not. Or, wait, no, you can. But I like where winds meet. I think it's okay. I don't think it's that. I don't really like the free-to-play mechanics of the game that much, to tell you the truth. Like, I thought the combat was fun. The time gating, I didn't even know that there was time gating. I just mean there's so much, like, the game just it has so much. There's like 7 different there's so many different UI menus, and it's just so hard to keep track of everything. It's just like information overload. actually just roll that? I'm gonna say you have to stagger soon. Thought that roll was calculated. I mean, I went for it. I just didn't think I was actually gonna get it off. The recovery time on charge R2s with this is crazy. Alright. Nice. Well, we can go to Weeping now. Finishing bosses with a weapon art. Yeah. Yeah. It's satisfying. Well, we did all 19 bosses here in an hour 18. It's not bad. I feel like doing it in like sub 1 hour would be sick. Maybe pushing it though. You're hungry? Well then go make food. What you doing? Some golden vow. You wouldn't taste my food. What the? You have no idea if I'm a good cook or not, alright? I can't see anything. This is a boss? Oh god. I'm OP, so whatever. Could get our weapon to plus 16. Yeah, Grey Katana is like one of the best weapons in the game. It is very good. I found like any Ash of Wars? I haven't found any. Thing is, we also... I don't think there's any point in looting these churches, because they don't... Oh. Well, goodbye. Goodbye, my beloved. Each weapon can only drop once. I actually don't know if that's true. I feel like I've had duplicates. It might be like RNG though. Like in the world there might only be one of the weapon, but you can maybe get it as like a drop from like an enemy. A sacred tear. Nice. Yeah, that's like the second lion that has death. Yeah, there's 2 lions in the DLC. Yeah, that one has Deathblade. Alright, 8 flasks plus 1. That's pretty good. Wonder if they put Deathblight Lion or regular Lion for Night Rain. Probably the Deathblight one. I mean, it seems like their motto is be as annoying as humanly possible, so... Like, getting rid of the sword attacks on the frickin' Red Wolf. Unbelievable. Cannon. Base game was Baby Hippo. That's true. But the Baby Hip... But isn't that more so... It's like in Night Rain, they refuse to use stuff that is part of the main story progression. Now, maybe there's a few exceptions to that, but like... For example, Godric, there's 2 Godrics, and yes, Godric is in Night Rain. And then there's like... Yeah, they put the hippo in, but they put the hippo that's in the open world, not the actual main story one. Probably going to be the same case with the Dancing Lion. It's going to be the Deathblight one. But the thing is, the Deathblight Lion and the normal one are basically one and the same. I don't actually think there's... The Deathblight Lion is probably harder. You don't get the point? I mean... It really isn't a point, it's just an analysis of the game and what they've decided to do.
Always been a how can I help? Have a safe.
Alright. We got a lantern. Beautiful. You're hyped for Artorias. You hope they rework him. Yeah, me too. Me too. Hopefully we don't just get Artorias from DS1. Like, hopefully they're gonna Elden Ring him. I still think it's a bit silly that they didn't... Like, Gaping Dragon and frickin' Centipede Demon are just... It's just copy-pasted from DS1. There's, like, basically 0 difference. But in Elden Ring, you are so much more OP than in those games. Like, the bosses needed to be, like, amped up to fit in Elden Ring, but they just didn't do that. In my opinion, anyways. R1 spam. Oh no, I didn't grab the... That's my mistake for not grabbing that. Really should have grabbed the grace there at the church. Centipede is new. I mean, like, yes, technically they are slightly different, but regardless. Also, you were always able to break his arm off in Dark Souls 1. Hey Funky, thank you for the 81 months. Like that's literally how you get the Charred Ring. Isn't Dane supposed to be stronger? Yeah, but we're in Limgrave. Well, we're in Weeping Peninsula. Their command for attempts. No. I would normally have like death counter and timer and all this stuff on the screen chat, but because we have the progressive sponsor, like I'm just trying to keep it a little bit more minimalistic. Because I don't want... What is going on? What build are we? Well, you don't really get a build in Randomizer. What's up, Syrum? Our build is whatever we pick up. How you like them apples? Right in the face. You make yourself pick stuff up. Well, you kind of have to pick stuff up. We're also doing use what you get, or like use what you see, so... I mean, if I see an item, I have to pick it up. Or like, I mean, it's not that strict, but like, yeah, that's the idea. Oh, it's Mimic. God, I hate the Mimic fight. It's so boring. Holy talismans, what the frick? Dude, what? Like 4 frickin' ridiculous. Mimic fight is boring if your build is boring. No, Mimic fight's just boring no matter what. PvP, I will say PvP or like invader fights in the Souls games are the worst part about the games. They just suck. It's just not... In my opinion, it's just not it's not fun to fight them at all. And then for some reason FromSoft thought it was a good idea to put a friggin' gank fight right at the end. I mean, to be fair, like, I know it's part of the lore and stuff, having all the NPCs at the end of the DLC, but dude, Leda is such an annoying fight. This way? Oh. Okay. Oh no, I'm heavy. Oh. Is it through here? Wait, no, this is where I loot. Okay, I thought it was over here, but I don't think... Oh no, it is. Okay, I'm getting this mixed up with another dungeon that has a similar layout. There's another dungeon where you go... Yeah, I don't know, like this pathway leads to like a big circular room with just a bunch of loot in it. I was thinking it was. Can you not do that, please? Fat roll does suck. Okay, so we have Impaler's Catacomb, the Deathrite Bird, and the Cavalry. Looked pretty sus. It was pretty sus. It was quite sus indeed. Flo was on time. She was. Also, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool gives you options when it comes to rates and coverages. You guys can all learn more at progressive.com. The worst weapon I could have got before this guy. I mean, oh, we're medium load. We were only one level off. My nemesis, chat, the frickin' Stormveil turret. Hey, Stepasha, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you. Rune Arc. More max HP. This catacomb. Thank you for streaming. Well, thank you for being here. I wouldn't be able to stream if you guys weren't here, so... Well, I mean, I could stream, but I definitely wouldn't be streaming as much as I do. I use... Oh, you can buff this thing too. I mean, it's smithing stone, so I figured... Weapon's actually doing pretty good damage. This is an area where you gotta be careful, actually. Cause you can just get comboed on the frickin' ladder so hard. Hey Shad, thank you for the membership. Thank you. you were to rank all the Souls games, what would the order be? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, I gotta say, I think my least favorite is probably Demon Souls. I mean, it's just... I don't know. The bosses just aren't that fun to fight. I still like the game. What is the charge R2 on this? It's like a running attack. Am I done with Where Winds Meet? Probably, yeah. I don't know, I don't really think the game is for me. The combat is fun, but I don't like the free-to-play systems in the game at all. Alright, so... Okay, yeah, we have the Deathrite Bird, and then Castle Morn boss, and then we have Godric and Margit. Well, whatever they are. You know what I mean. Another Onyx Lord. Wait, this is just an enemy. It's kind of tanky, though. I mean, I say as I do like 30% of his health in one attack, but... he's pretty strong. Well, there goes our negation. And we still have 10% at least. Yeah, it's good to get it early. Good job, Flo. She's trying her best. Honestly, we're making decent pace, though. I mean, this is like all of Limgrave in 2 hours. It's not bad. Is this the Faith helmet? No. Yo, what's up, Spicy? How did your archipelago go? Archipelago, however you say it. Wait, I'm heavy. Oh, no. Dang it. We get Gaius in here and he knocks us in the water. Don't say that. Oh, you finished? Nice. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to... I'm gonna go sell some stuff.
Well, you're...
You died the most. It's all good. I mean, you haven't... Did you ever, like, run DS3? You get a lot of stuff selling all this. It's honestly not bad. Are we back to medium? We are. Yeah, we killed Millennia already. We got her early on. What DLC bosses have we fought so far, chat? I do not want to drop there. Dancing line? Oh, yeah. Wait. Did we just find another one? It can spicy. I mean, if you level endurance, it's not that bad. But yeah, you have to make sure to level endurance. Once you get like 30 or 40 endurance, unless you're like incredibly unlucky, you're never really gonna get overweight. Yeah, stamina and endurance are like tied on the same stat. Or stamina and equip load, I mean. What attempt is this? Like 4 or 5, something like that. Way better to get the hard ones early because they're not scaled. Well, they are scaled. But yes. Like you want to get all the bad talismans and all the difficult bosses early on. Pretty much. Yeah, oh. You say compared to Dark Souls 3, but dude, go play Dark Souls 2. That's where stamina is like actually fucked up. In Dark Souls 2, you literally run out of stamina if you roll 3 times. Ritual sword. I think DS2 Rando was fun. I enjoyed it. Yes, stamina DS2 doesn't need to roll at all. Yeah, I mean like the bosses in DS2 are pretty slow and you can obviously strafe a lot of their attacks, but the stamina system in DS2 is still the most punishing out of all the games by like a large amount in my opinion. because like panic rolling is not a viable strategy at all in Dark Souls 2. Meanwhile, in Dark Souls 3, you can roll like 17 times in a row, and in this game, you can roll basically the same amount. And in Dark Souls 2, you also have negative stamina, and you get punished for going into the negative. So like, if you are using a weapon, right, and you try to swing your weapon when you're at 10% stamina, the attack will be slower, the animation gets slowed down, you do less damage, and then you go into negative stamina, which a lot of the games do have negative stamina, but I don't think Dark Souls 2 has a negative stamina cap. Like for example, in Elden Ring, I think negative stamina you can only go so far into the negative. So like, regardless, you're always going to recover from it pretty quickly. But in Dark Souls 2, you can get like, you could be like minus 100 like stamina.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
This katana has a lot of range. That attack does like a lot of taunting.
Thou art a passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Scared being so close to the ledge.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night.
Yeah, I mean, we have a plus 15 weapon.
It's tight. The guard you breached. Well, but of course.
Luckily, the turret guys here can't actually... Let me see if I can refresh the cache on this. I don't know why it's so delayed. It's so strange. Scaling seems to be generous. Yeah. Ooh, milady. Nice that this part is actually easier. Elden Ring needs an RE4 style toxic rando. Well, goodbye, milady. I mean, you can make this rando as toxic as you want. That Blood Fiend guy did a lot of damage. I mean, I guess I have the Scorpion Charm on. Still a lot, though. I think what I like about RE4 Rando is that it's actually worth killing enemies. Like I mean, not to say that it isn't worth killing enemies in this Rando, because sometimes you need to. Like if it's really cursed and it's too dangerous to run through the area.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Lowly tarnished. Plain as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
What's it gonna be? Grabs, maybe? We got through, so we don't have Beloved Stardust or Magic. We have 2 of the Scorpion Charms gone and Beloved Stardust, so that's good. Still haven't found Datakar's Woe, though. That's the one that's like the absolute worst, that can just ruin everything. I don't know. Flo is just... She's just a bit slow today. Also, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool helps you find options that fit your budget. You can learn more at progressive.com. Yeah, this is our last Progressive sponsor, chat. Just, I mean, our last sponsored stream, anyways. Alright, what you got, Toph? Oof. What's this guy's name? Oh, Tops. Right. No more Flow KO. Yo, Sinian, thank you for the 69 months. What is that? Oh, it's an air tree.
You're unsurprised no matter. Why don't you? Oh, don't.
Got the death bird? No, I don't think so. So dark right now. Yeah, there's 31 bosses in Limgrave plus Stormvale. And we have killed 31. Hold on, give me 5 business days to charge R2. Oh, a Scar Seal. Oh, that's not bad. What's up, Finzi? Yeah, this is the French challenge. Ooh, a bright bug. How many enemies in that pile there? Holy moly. What's up, Pepperidge? How's it going, dude? Sword. The way runs end is so unfortunate. Yeah. I died to gravity earlier today when I was like 80 bosses in. It's kind of rough. That divine lion is so scary. Like the scariest enemy in the game. It's not even close. Great club. Nice. Oh, but I'm heavy. Oh, nice. Luckily, this weapon is super OP, so... Oh, the imbued sword key. Nice. For those who don't know, the charge R2s on this weapon have the highest poise damage in the game. I think charge R2s with this weapon do like... How much is it actually? Like 50 plus? Like 58 poise damage or something? Wait, why did... Oh my gosh, why did I get HP? Well, that was dumb.
Fell tarnished. What do you want?
Oh, is this Shadowheart's voice actress?
No such
Does sound like her. Alright. Same as Bloodfiend arm. I don't think Bloodfiend's arm does as much poise damage as the Great Club, but maybe it's the same. Not sure. No, it's not my first run. Oh, we have 3 smithing 6s. Okay, we should go upgrade. What's up, Zyth? Yeah, Spicy was telling me you guys were doing that. Isn't this one somber? No.
Those are the chalified them well. That no matter.
The Great Club is so expensive. Whatever. This is fine. From all the games you played on stream, which one would you choose to have your memory wiped to replay for the first time? I don't know. Probably like Elden Ring or Outer Wilds, I guess. Yeah, we're back to medium load. I love Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds similar to Fallout? No, that's Outer Worlds. Is this the dungeon where I gotta drop down, chat? It is. Isn't there two bosses in this catacomb, chat? Wait, I'm confused. Where did I miss? Oh no. Oh man. Strongest type in the game? If you're saying that fists are the strongest weapon type, I guess you're saying that because of the Star Fists, but Star Fist has a completely different moveset. And it's also buffable, and can have bleed and frost. Not a useless effect like sleep. Does Eternal Sleep? Okay, wait, there is a second boss here, right? I'm not crazy, am I? Just confused. I thought it was like earlier on. Well, I know that there's two here. Does this one only have one? I guess I'm just tripping. Okay. Well, whoops. We gotta do the Deathrite bird over here. I can get to +10. It's +8. I think this thing is really cheap to upgrade. To 180 to upgrade this weapon, that's so cheap. What the heck? Nice bowl of chili. Sounds good. Thank you, Easy Flips. I don't know what I'm gonna get for dinner tonight. I look younger every month. That's just because I cut my hair and shaved. Alright. You know what? I gotta use the restroom real quick, chat. But before I go, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their Auto Quote Explorer, you can compare their direct rates with competitors. You can learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. Oh god. That guy is so... That guy is so scary. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Wish Night Rain had Chalice Dungeons. I feel like Chalice Dungeons could have been a cool thing for Night Rain, or like some element of it. Any staggers? It's not really air tree avatar that's the problem. It's more so just the fist weapons in this game. Oh, the deflecting hard tier. And we're probably not going to have that for very long. I'm going to leave that goat alone. Yeah, I'm using Tiolier's needle. That gonna hit me. I think this is a key item check, because normally gives the medallion.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be.
I don't want to just kill you, you're taking so long.
Oh, aye, we're finished. The curse, I beg you. You must keep...
Oh. Okay. I guess that just instantly death blights you. You know, when he did that, I was just thinking, I'm gonna die here. And I did. Oh. I don't want to go back to Limgrave, man. Wow, that is like... That's crazy that it builds up that fast. I guess I should have used one of my meats. Honestly, Chad, maybe just for the sake of the run today, like I might just keep going with this run, and then we can start fresh like another day. I really don't want to go back to Limgrave right now. Is there a meat that gives vitality? Dude, that's crazy how fast that builds up. I don't know, dude. I wasn't respecting that enemy enough. Like, I love how you can't even like frickin' roll. You can't even like roll the death blade. It just like you just like I rolled it, but I did it. You can't even roll it. You just die. It's so stupid. I think the buildup is slower in Night Rain. I don't think so. Maybe you have like more Deathplate resistance in Night Rain compared to this, but dude, that's crazy. I guess our armor just has like no vitality on it. Okay, well, you know what, chat, at the very least we learned something. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys want me to do? I can reset if y'all want. I mean, I'm gonna reset either way. I just... Does vitality scale with level? To a degree, I think. Okay, well, in the future, if we see this enemy, we need to probably just cheese it with like consumables or make sure that our like maybe... Hold on, I'm actually gonna look some... There is like a meat that gives extra vitality, right? There's, yeah, I mean, I know that you can eat a bolus to remove it, but like the thing is, I was at 0 buildup and it just instantly killed me. Wait, there is no... Wow. There's no meat to increase vitality. For some reason, I don't know why, none of these increase your vitality. Dang. Well, you know what? Like, I could have... Well, I only have 2 great bolts. Honestly, if we see Wormface, I definitely think in the future we need to try to... I don't know, that's like terrifying how fast I died there. What are we trying to do here? I'm just reviewing what happened. Hey, Roydona, thank you for the 12 months. Yeah, the only way to increase Vit is with the Talisman. It just sucks that there isn't a single consumable to help yourself against Deathblight in this game. Except for the boluses, but we didn't have any boluses and it was insta-death, no build-up. That's just that attack is just BS. Like you can't dodge it, I don't think. Like if you're close to the boss when it does that, you just die. I want to see when I died, like. I guess I missed my roll actually. But honestly I might have died either way. No, there wasn't. I didn't have any buildup on me. Yeah, I mean it's like 3 ticks. It's just like insta-death. Hold on, you know what? I want to see if you can actually dodge. Like, can you actually dodge that? Do the spit. Was that the attack? know, because I still like rolled there, but so you can't strafe it. Yeah, I don't know. That attack is just super fucked. What's up, Cuphead? I feel like another issue is the way that projectiles in this game, I feel like they're not super consistent. Like that attack might have, it might have kind of like a fire giant thing going on where, or maybe like a bale thing where sometimes the death blight, the way that it like spawns isn't consistent. So sometimes even you like roll to the side, but then it's just goes to the side anyways, so it just hits you regardless. Well, shucks. Alright, you know what? Whatever. I'll just restart. I've lost motivation for that run. Well, now we know not to mess around with that guy. I mean, to be honest, I've always known how dangerous Wormface is, but I don't know. The thing is, you just like, you get into, you just, clearly I haven't died enough in this randomizer, but I just did not, like, I wasn't really worried at all. And that's the problem. Like, that's what like gets you killed. That you're like, oh, this is fine. And then all of a sudden, you're just instantly death blighted. I did get greedy. Honestly, the moment I saw Wormface, I should have left and waited until I got a good ranged weapon and then came back. I think that's probably that should have been the play. Like, wait until I get a spell or like a ranged weapon that I can cheese him with. So I don't know, that it's so dangerous. If he does that attack, I feel like you're just cooked. Maybe you can
Elden ring was shattered.
I wonder, like, if you're behind him, does that attack miss at least? Probably.
Across the fog, the lands between.
Hello, Podenko. Yeah, you do get complacent for sure.
Queen Marika the Eternal is
Vortisax is going to be problematic. Yeah.
And in the night of the
Vortisax isn't that bad.
Godwyn the Golden.
Also, Chad, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, making bundling renters and auto insurance easy. You guys can all learn more at progressive.com. How far did I reach in Deep of Night? I'm almost depth 5, but I did not reach it. I was one game away from hitting depth 5 like 3 times, and every time
Mad taint of their new
end up losing like 800 points.
Triggered the shattering.
It was sad.
A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace.
You have the Sherma remix stuck in your head? Yeah, when I was running Silksong, that song was stuck in my head for so long, it was horrible.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands. The ever
Like, genuinely,
gold mask.
it was like, I like couldn't sleep, it was like stuck in my head so badly.
Deathbed companion. A loathsome dung eater. And Sir Gideon Othniel, the all-knowing.
All right. I started as Wretch, right? Yeah. We got my lady. And all the deaths today have been so stupid. Like, they've all been so easily avoidable. It's just like, it's like a lack, it's just like being rusty. It's a lack of respect for some of these enemies and how dangerous they can be. No, it is region locked. And I think... Oh, no, it's fine. Oh, my milady. We do have Lion's Claw, yeah, that's true. So for what I've learned today is that Yosh is super scary. Wormface is really scary, and the Deathrite Bird is really scary, which it's not like that's even anything new, but I think sometimes I just don't like value my own life enough, not to say like in game obviously, but
Goodbye.
like I don't know. I don't feel like the
What?
like like I see the worm face, I'm like, oh, let's just go kill it. Let's just charge in. Whatever, I'll kill the enemies while it's aggroed. I don't know, I just feel so stupid. Like I should have been playing more careful there. I forgot how quickly Wormface can kill you. Same with like the Deathrite Bird earlier. Well, I'm probably gonna die, whatever. Oh, this is a fun arena. I should have stayed on his leg and just done the loop. Alright, whatever, go again. I just want to fight a boss, man. It doesn't help that that room is so tiny and it makes it so hard to get behind him. Because he's just constantly against the wall. No, I'm not gonna watch the intro again. Of course, close the game. Man, I really wish Elden Ring had more... I wish it was more linear. I really do. Like, for challenge runs, I don't know. I love Elden Ring. Like, casually, it's so good, but I think that's why I've kind of, like, avoided doing Randomizer for this game. Just because... it, like... I don't know. It drives me crazy how... like your best move in a rando when you start out is just to like run around and loot stuff for a while and like get OP. I really miss like you start the game and you're fighting a boss within like a few minutes. Isn't that what Reforged does? No, not really. No, if we want to fight something right away, let's just go down to Rick. Yes, Rick the Soldier of God. This one can be scary in rando, yeah. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm just like... I'm just kind of goofing around. I don't really care if we actually make it far right now. I didn't realize that hits twice. Okay, stop. $2,000 ruins, let's go. Hey, the KO was like instant that time though. Feel like you get the flail early every run. Yeah. No, the KO thing is like integrated. Did I fail the challenge last time? Yeah, we've died a few times today. Pretty stupid deaths. I also feel like the more I die, the more like impatient I become because I just want to like get back to where I was. You know what I mean? Which definitely doesn't help. No, I would like to continue with
I
this.
can also that you're not then. Why not? I am Carlin.
I mean, I've been having fun doing this. Ooh, smithing stones.
Goodbye.
Oh, +3 right off the rip. But yeah, this is our like last progressive sponsor, so you know, the next time we do this challenge run, it'll just be like a normal stream again. Alright, I am not going to go in that cave. I don't want to get myself killed. Actually, you know what? Whatever, dude. Yeah, whatever. Swords last for so long. Ooh, a golden seed? Oh wow, we got 13,000 from that. Not bad. Not bad. Hey, pizza. What's up, Casper? Hey, Tyler, thank you for the 59 months.
Turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. You. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
Got some gloves. That'll help us a bit. Is that Bale?
Oi! You there. Could you help us out?
What is Bale? Dude! I just wanted to aggro them, man! What the heck? I didn't see the giant... I thought I could just run past. All I wanted to do was just run... All I wanted to do was run past. And the bear came like flying. What just happened, dude? Oh my god. Well, it looks like that's a reset. Also, chat, I would like to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. Their Auto Quote Explorer, you can compare rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive. Learn more at progressive.com. All right, let's go again. I can't believe. Cannot believe I just died like that. Huge bear equals blind. Yeah, but none of them were facing me. Or maybe they were. I don't know. Oh. I guess I should have aggroed from further away. Why would you go right into them dude, because I didn't... All I was gonna do was walk next to them. I didn't think that I would get comboed. All I wanted to do was aggro the boss so I can come back later and all the enemies will be despawned. That's what I wanted to do. They're despawn now, yeah. True. Yeah, being able to... I think it's kind of annoying because having no armor makes you so squishy in this game. So fighting stuff early on is kind of dangerous. Hey, Verstovsky. Like, having an armor set on gives you so much damage reduction. You Tresson Knight. That was weird. When I spawned in, I was like going sideways. All right. Oh, wait, this is fine. Apparently you cannot aim it. Even less runes. 1600. I didn't need to light that. Oh man, I'm getting hungry, chat. I need some dinner. Pizza? I had pizza a few days ago, so probably not. Maybe I'll get Indian food tonight.
And I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
Number 1? I'm smithing 2s. Wait, he does have a somber 1.
Goodbye.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Larks about going to the French onion soup place tonight. I don't know if she already ate dinner or not though. Really? There goes all my poison damage. I love not being able to see anything when you fight this boss. It's like... this boss is so bad with the camera. Ugh. Well, if I was better at fighting the dancing lion, I could definitely have killed him, but... I don't know how to fight him that well. And it's also been a while. Yeah, chat, I'm just kind of inting right now. I'm not I don't know. I'm just like I should run around and loot stuff, but I just don't really care. I just want to fight some bosses. Game capture is not working all of a sudden. Oh, let me restart the game again. Oh, now my controller isn't working. Interesting. Low 9. Ooh, this is a big golden rune. Alright, I'll go and level up first at least, before we fight something. How much is this one worth? 5,000? That'll give us like 5 or 6 health levels. That's pretty good. There's no requirement in this mod? What do you mean exactly? You died? Yeah, I'm just like spamming deaths right now. I'm farming I'm farming deaths. I kind of wish that the rando was like this though, where you just had, like, you had to fight bosses and you had to deal with... I mean, obviously you have to fight the bosses, but you know what I mean though? Like, it's just... Like if I want to play it safe, you know, if I see a bad boss, I leave, I save it for last, I wait until I have some OP weapon. You know, I don't really fight anything early on until I can get some levels in my health so I don't die, like, in one combo. That's the tactic. I know. That's why I like, you know, I like the... I think that's why I like the DS2 rando so much.
But I can also that you're not then. Why? I am Kyle.
I'm Kale. Force yourself onto a set route, but then it's just, you know, like you're just, I'm just saying I just wish the game design was like that, because it's not the same when you're like arbitrarily doing it. It's just not the same. I don't know. Oh, does he have unlimited prawns? I didn't actually see that. That is really good. Shrinking circle that forced you to go somewhere specific. Yeah, bring the Night Rain circle into into Elden Ring. Yeah, the Halo sight's a really good weapon. Really good for death birds too.
They serve but you. I can play turning root to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with... Shall let my hand share them with me.
See this lightning ball here? Kinda scaring me. All right, let's see. What does Ronnie have for us?
This way tarnished. I am the wit. I'd heard and upon the talk thou art as call forth. I was entrusted by torrents.
Number 8. All right, I'm gonna go fight the boss here. I mean, we have 18. We have a bit of extra health now, so. This is also another boss that I'm not that good at fighting. Because, like, normally you just kill him in, like, 2 seconds. I think you can backstab him, right? So he has a follow-up on that. Leave me alone, man. Thing is, I just don't know a lot. Like, I don't know how to fight this guy that well, because again, it's just like you just kill him so fast normally. I know how to fight all the remembrance bosses fairly well, but some of these side bosses, I really don't know. Doesn't help that I have no armor, so he bleeds me in like half a second. I just gotta backstab him. Like, he's really squishy. I guess you can jump over a lot of his stuff. Alright, we're gonna go kill Rick. Honestly, this tutorial section is kind of scary because there's a lot of enemies in this place, and some of these enemies could be like super dangerous. Oh no, I'm fat now. No. Whatever. It's fine. Oh, this is okay. Back here. But you can't parry the flail guy, so yeah. I mean, if you just parry the Night Cavalry off, it's like pretty easy, in my opinion. Atch's Crouch. No KO, not this. Oh, there. There. Alright, let's get some endurance. Alright, we're back to medium load. I guess when I go, instead of running through the gate front, I should probably just jump up here and do this Everjail on the way to that area. Probably more efficient. Should be able to kill these guys, though. Nice. 2,600 for that, really? That's nothing. Yo, what's up, Nico? Thanks, buddy. Hey, Kukuya. Jeez. Had any close calls so far? Yeah, I've died a few times today. I guess that's not close calls, but... I'm just a bit rusty. Just had some, like, really stupid deaths. You gotta pay $700 to get the laptop because of taxes. Oh, really? That's kind of rough. Do you think the Divine Line in the new Shifting Earth will have Deathblade? Probably. That's good range. Hey, we have Warrior Jar Shard. That's nice. Alright. Alright, 20 HP, 15 endurance. That's good. Alright, let's not get instantly exploded by this boss. Oh, it's Garrus. Thought that blue light was a surveyor. You've been playing too much Ark, buddy. By the way, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool gives you options when it comes to rates and coverages. You guys can all learn more at progressive.com. Oh no, not the ball. Not the ball. Surely this ball won't kill me. Huh? How do these things work? Maybe it was like fake. Maybe it has like a cone of sight. Ooh, 13,000 from him. That's pretty good. I gotta make it nighttime. The miners will not aggro until you attack or take the smithing stone they're mining. Oh, that's why the lightning ball didn't attack. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. It was one of the miner... It was like the AI of the miner enemy, so... He was passive. Thanks, Skeeter.
Oi!
Oi!
You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
Oh. I'm dead. I'm actually so confused. Whatever. I mean, whatever. This run was good. I really don't care. What is the mounted attack on this weapon, dude? It hits so far to the side. Like most weapons. God, that is such a so bad. Like I should have just given up on the scarab if once I didn't kill it right away, but like look at how far to the side this hits. I don't know, I was swinging over it like every single time. What the heck, dude? Whatever, I'm just gonna go run around and fight some stuff for a little bit.
Oi! You there? Could you...
I was hoping this would be the type of weapon where you like drag it along the ground. And you gotta be so careful when you're on torrent though. You really do. Like you just get, you get comboed so badly if you get knocked off torrent. You're just like dead. You're just so dead. One death run, no, we're... Oh. He does such little damage. Any bleed procs? Alright, that's the one you have to dodge. Oh. I can barely, like, see him. Woo!
I am sorry you I dare say you're well, but one must. I was ex as a revive. You still.
Does she still sell spells, or is it actually just completely random? Oh yeah, it is completely random. Okay. Should probably check this more often then. Phase 2 is a different boss. Yes. You can technically get... Like, I think... I don't know how like phase 1 and phase 2 stuff works. Like I think if Mesmer replaces another boss that normally has 2 phases, then he'll also have 2 phases. But then it's like, I feel like every single time I fight Millennia, it's always both phases. But I think Millennia might be an exception, and somehow they can't have her phases separated. I don't know. There's like some weird thing with the rando, but I can't remember. Millennia and Rando will always do both phases. Yeah. Yeah, Millennia is just an exception. Dang, Garrus. Kinda OP though. Gotta hit him with the drive-by. You know, fighting him with Torin actually wasn't too bad. The thing is, if he knocked me off Torin, I would have been, like, completely cooked. So, do I have to fight every boss as is, or can he come back to one? Well, like, this is region locked, which means that I have to beat all the bosses. I have to beat all the bosses in an area before I can, like, go to a different area, so I will have to fight... Like, you are kind of forced to fight the bosses, at least, you know, after a certain point, if that makes sense. Yeah, we already died on this run, Chad. It's just we don't... I'm just goofing around right now. Whatever, I just want to fight some stuff. Have I gotten Consort, Radon, and Limgrave? No. Not yet. Dang. The spin to win. I can't get away from that. Can you actually dodge that spin to win? Or like does anyone actually know? Or do you just have to be like far enough away? Oh, I already died, Pepperidge. I'm just goofing around. Can you stay close and crouch? Wait, does that actually work? That would be kind of sick if it did. Alright, come on, do the spin to win. Yeah, no, I don't think you can crouch that. It actually worked for like a little bit though. Like some of the it worked at the start, which is kind of weird. I don't know. The first like 2 hits of it didn't actually rock on me. All right, well, let's go down to the coastal cave. All right. I need to get some dinner, chat. I think it's anyways time soon. I'll go fight this boss first, though. You've needed dinner for 3 hours. True. Got food poisoning or something today? Oh, that sucks, man. I haven't had food poisoning in so long. It is horrible, though. The charge R2 on this weapon is so weird. Yeah, this weapon has Sacred Blade on it. What? Okay. I just wanted to kill that guy. Alright, chat. I think we are gonna call it here. But yeah, that's the last progressive sponsor. That's the last progressive sponsor. We are still gonna have the banner in like the bottom left of the screen, but yeah. No more flow. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the KOs. But yeah. I definitely want to try more of this challenge. It's a little long is the only thing. Like I wish it wasn't quite so long, but yo, Jacking Chan, thank you for the 15 months. I'm kind of glad though that we died on our runs because like the thing is, I don't if we do finish the run and I want to make a YouTube video out of it, I don't necessarily want the progressive banner on the YouTube video the whole time, because it's not like I'm not getting like paid to promote progressive on a YouTube video. So I guess that would just be a little, it would have been a little awkward. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was fun.